Oké. Eens kijken, is de werkt de mic? Yes, de mic werkt. Welkom terug bij Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies. Wij waren het geheim en de moord aan het oplossen. Of ja, de moord aan het oplossen van de Space Rim. Wie heeft onze astronaut... Even zijn naam kwijt. We kunnen zijn naam sowieso even in de Force Packet terugvinden. Hier, Clay Terran. Wie heeft Clay Terran vermoord? Dus we hadden eerst onze cliënten. Solomon Starbuck. En we hebben hem onschuld kunnen bewijzen. Maar op een van de bewijsmaterialen hebben wij vingerafdrukken van onze mede-collega Athena Sykes ontdekt. Wat blijkbaar te maken heeft met een incident 7 jaar geleden. Waar ook onze beste vriend in court, prosecutor Simon Blackwell, een pardon steekt. Dus wij zijn op zoek naar bewijs voor Athena onschuldig te behalen. Ik speel dus momenteel als Phoenix. En samen met mijn dochtertje, Tracy Wright, geadopteerde dochter, gaan wij achterhalen om Athena onschuldig te pleiten en eruit de miserie te halen. Dus we zijn nu op het onderzoek daarvan. We hebben een lekker werkdag gehad. Het is weer even geleden dat we Phoenix Wright hebben gespeeld. Ik hoop dus dat we weer vooruit gaan kunnen boeken. Mij irriteren op mijn pols. Oké. En ja, let's begin zou ik zeggen. Dus dit is normaal gezien dus van Aura Blackwell, dus van Simon Blackwell. En we gaan er een paar vragen stellen. About what happens. Black het scherm kan er niet tegen. Oké, I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. Yep, wie dit? De director wist niet meer wat hij moest zeggen. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed and they all lived happily and ever after. Daddy, say something to her. Like what? And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's a culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you, or should I say, former subordinate. Oh, zij is echt zo gemeen, hè? Ik vind haar gemeen. Ik vind haar niet lief. Can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? You, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunger junk. Oh, misschien moet je er zoveel op slaan. Mr. Terrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terrant. But that's Apollo you're talking to, huh? Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Terrant? Mr. Terrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Terrant? I guess Clay intends to hang around to hound the princess that murdered him. Well, I guess Clay intends to hang around to hound the princess that murdered him. Wel, ik weet niet dat Athena hem vermoord heeft, maar oké. Oh, and to hound the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I am a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. about 7 years ago. We gaan de truth helemaal achterhalen. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Oh, by the way, blijkbaar heb ik gisteren ook bij mijn Baldur's Gate, ben ik letterlijk in mijn bed achtergekomen bij de toren die dat hebben gemaakt. Dus knuffelrobot. Dus we moeten nog een verdieping gaan. Dus hopelijk onthouden we dat tegen zondag. En dan gaan we het onthouden. Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I would like to hear about that incident too. That would help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I will just have to make you talk. Yeah! Yes! Who cares about personal privacy? Not me! I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger then. Yeah, it's better watch that. What you say if you don't want to get recycled. Clonco. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metasites. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emojis are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. Two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis. Transcend humans. Okay. Yeah. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone like the daughter of Metis? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Clonco and Ponco. Okay. Clonco is an important keepsake for your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, the hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not sure that gives you the right to physically abuse that poor thing. Yep, poor thing. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit at the incident might be the same person as in this case. So, Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I would like to hear your side of it. It would help me me brochure. Okay, Dr. Sykes and Simon. Let's see. I was the one who introduced Simon to Mattis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself the edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's fort. His infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, better than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Okay, huh? He seems more like a lost soul than a defiant samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Mattis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we went into our aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. Zo is ik heel veel aan het krabben en mijn kin ik gewoon echt wil jeuken. Ik weet niet waarom. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are your people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. And get out now. Klonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Aw, I'm a Klonko. Oh, ouch! Don't push. My apologies. I'm just following orders. Oké, we worden buiten gegooid door een robot. Hoe leuk. December the 20th. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? Nah. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. Well, daar gaat Trucy. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I will go back to the office alone. Huh. Okay. Let's go back to the office. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And after that, there was always someone by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the ladder doing here? Oh, wauw. Je ziet er zelfs een kleine phoenix staan. Hoe leuk. Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? Oh, een brief van Nick. Nick is de beste vriend van Phoenix. Die hebben samen op school nog gezeten. Samen met Edward. Hoe was het weer? Miles Edward. En dan Nick hebben samen met Phoenix op school gezeten. En ze hebben... the best friends. Dat is wel cute. Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding court war. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding court war. That must have been really something. although wit is par for the course with you. I think she or whatever paper she's reading is a little off on the details. Oh wait, Nick. Nick is a nickname van Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. Dat is een brief van... hoe noemde die vriend dan van Phoenix? Kameraad, waar die dan mee samen op school zat. Nick is de wat Maya telt tegen Phoenix. Phoenix, Nick. Hoe noemt die kameraad dan wat samen naar school is geweest? Dat vraag ik me nu even af. Nu vraag ik me dat effectief even af. Larry! Oké, Larry was het. Larry. Oké, dan even Lick en Larry heb ik even door elkaar gehaald. Ik dacht dat het even tot Larry was. Ik heb die game al even niet meer gespeeld, zoals ik zei. Maar dat is Larry. Maar Nick is de bijnaam Maya geeft aan Mr. Wright. Aan Phoenix. Dus dat is wel cute. I think she or whatever paper she's reading is a little off on the details. I would love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they will cheer you right up. Aw, cute. Yours truly, Maya Faye. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Hello Maya. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Ik ben echt gewoon, dat is zo'n jeuk die hier begon en dat is zo'n naar mijn oor aan het trekken. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Oh, Pearl! Oh, it's you, Pearls. Pearls is het nichtje van Maya. En zij is ook een spirit medium. Hi Pearl, how have you been, Mr. Nick? Oh, this is Pearl Faye, so I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. See? A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for bearing in. The door was unlocked, but I can't believe there was a big explosion here. The office doesn't look any different. She's even further off of the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Miss Nick. Did you read the postscripts on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you have been too busy to clean or take care of the office. The coffee, wou ik zeggen. So Pearly said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, okay, thanks, Pearly. Oh, so that is what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm going to swipe this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. Shouldn't I be minding that bell? Wait, er is iets wat ik moet nachecken. Wacht even, wat? nieuwsgierig naar iets van mijn gsm binnen wordt. Oké. Interesting. Okay. I will need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about this case. With the trial still going on, there must be holding him down at the detention center. Okay. Move to the detention center. We moeten naar Blackwell. Wel ruimte de office op en wij kunnen gezellig naar Blackwell. Okay. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair grey. Don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeves. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please, see if I care. Wow. I could cut the tension. I cut the tension with a katana. Okay. I don't know. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back the business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But, as a result, Saisono was arrested. Was it the just thing to do? Too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. But I don't know. This is blade-proof glass, right? Oh, blade-proof glass. Yeah, he's so bad for the katana. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you called the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right? Well, I hope for you. No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Whoops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Oké, nu gaan we merken of het glas katana-proof is. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? God, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. Oh, he's thinking. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Saisono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell? Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet. I tell you. Oh, wow. En daar gaat de prosecutor. There he goes. No! We have upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Okay, do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if you wed Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. Kind of like if you wed Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. Okay. I don't want to think about that one. Nope. Arm Apollo als hij ons moest killen. There were two decisive pieces of evidence. So a verdict was reached very quickly. Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. First was some security camera footage. He was the one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. Sorry, ik wou even mijn neus snijden ook. Heb ik hier ook nog een... Ik krijg zo'n eentje op mijn Discord. Even nachecken wat dat is. Okay, go ahead and check it. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I will have to see it some other time. 7-year-old footage added to the court records. Okay, and what was the second piece of evidence? This one one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. Wacht even, wat ligt hier? Wat is dat? Oh wow, Blackpill met kort haar. See, there is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. I would be hard to explain this one away. Katana added to the court record. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before they had one lunch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the lunch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Photo of the crime added to the court record. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom of 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution day approaches. Wait, what did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wordt hij? Is het een dood veroordeeld? So he was given the death sentence? Yes. He told me not to tell you people actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. Oh, what? Tomorrow? Mr. Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? When would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something. Right now. I want to do something. I want to... But... You're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? That isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Let's stop it. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Oh, okay. Sure. Phone Wright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! What's happening? That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've hold themselves up in the space center and take the visitors as hostage. They did what? No. Trucy. Oh, Trucy's still there. Yeah, tuurlijk. We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. September 20th, Cosmos Space. Okay. The Wright police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You have taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it will do. Ponko is a Ponko, but he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice, Detective Fulbright. Are you okay here on my own? Or are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here? Girls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news. I got so worried. Thanks, girls. I can't hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Klonko seems the same as before. Oh, het is Klonko, niet Ponko. Ah nee, Ponko is die andere kleur. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something? Oh. Did I... Error. Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him. Oh. Daar gaat hij. Nou, daar ging de robot. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Moet je wat koffie hebben? Ik heb nog wel wat koffie. Ik heb hier nog wel wat koffie. Klonko? Uh-oh. Hahaha. Human beings are enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ah, robots are rebelling? Everybody run! Yeah! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Hahaha. Fools! How could you fall for something so cliché? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. But what? But it is true that I've taken hostages. So you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage 1, come here. I will let you talk to them. Trucy? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy! Daddy, is that you? Trucy! Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Van Eek. This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright. Here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Tarrant's murderer. Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold just a moment. I can't just give in to the demand like that. So you don't care what happened to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out and... no, wait. Mr. Lawyer? I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I will see what I can do. But promise me you will never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now, I will better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet. But this hostage taker, could it be? Ik denk dat ik weet wie het is. If you don't bring me that little princess, I will have hunk of junk kill all the hostages. Wel, er is maar één die daar hoort hunk of junk noemt en Athena little princess. En dat is Aura. Princess, hunk of junk. There's only one person that could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Aura, why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Well, she's playing with the dolls. The wrong way. Ik heb het gevoel dat er zo een snotje zit, maar... Oké. Was ik het de Blackwell? Well, even if you don't, I have plenty usual. Yep, she has plenty puppets and dolls. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is the real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry in court? Retry it in court. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that amendment now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. I wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Really good. Hey detective, I will give you 1 hour. Get the courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we will need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I will take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But hunk of junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now, follow hunk of junk. Right, police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait, I will help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pulse. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. We're going in. Let's go. Robotic slap. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start an investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright! Ike, it's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? I know who. Edward! Miles!
I trust you've been well, Wright.
Hi, Miles. Edward! What are you doing here? This is Miles Edward. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now... Hello, Prosecutor Edward. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon, it will be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Yes, the case. Oh, Miles Edward. Are you, so what are you doing here, Edward? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she is good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I will give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edward. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. Okay. I will start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Mattis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here, on this very room. I have 2 crime photos on the police notes on them for you to see. What a terrible way to die. These other photos show the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. A cause of death was a stab wound in the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on that had 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear this trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was clearly declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insists he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Head 1 miracle. Okay. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell for being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon the Moonrock. But if you can prove that Head 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can say the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I tend to help you and any way I can. Thanks, Edward. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's find some evidence. Let's do it together. Aw, she's so cute. Okay, let's see. That was all. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electricity vehicle charging station. Oh, the same charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Ja, we hebben de robot hier. This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a Poe? I cut down anyone who displeases me and make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gravel of judgment. I'm Judge Tron GT02. Oh, wow. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even complete yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in the newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moonwalk there too. Strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moonrock was stolen. I heard there's a lot of research into moonrocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their path. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. This is about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That is the food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded into the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. First on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me... So they plan to use the bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, about the capsule and the moonstone. Edward, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. He's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Oké. Eens kijken wat we nog hebben. this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easy for people to move heavily researched materials around. I bet it would be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit in the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Okay, wat staan daar in de lucht? What is this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these tin parts there are the finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd rather not think about it anymore. Oké. Dus dat betekent dat wij wat gaan ronddraaien. Ja, oké. Push. This is een... Oké, wat is dit robotje? Oh, look. It's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe? A cleaning robot must follow a human's order, as long as it causes no human harm. Yikes. It talks. And, oh, yeah. A cleaning robot must keep desks clean, without violating preceding calls. However, Miss Aura says she prefers a moderated level of clutter on the desk. Oh, what is the purpose of my existence? Getting the butter. Voor mensen die het weten, doe een extra like, zou ik zeggen, of laat het weten. Getting the butter, what is my existence? Pass the butter. I guess slag off and cut some corners aren't in his vocabulary bank. Okay. Our desk is a mess too. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Mattis. She just glanced over that at her desk. It's Mattis Sykes. Bronco, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. Do you wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? Then Mother died. Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he called Dr. Sykes Mother? But Aura Blackwell, Miss Aura... With the loss, she exhibits this severe catecholamine imbalance, okay? Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without the new evidence, her request was ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko. Huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Bonko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts, and Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with a heartbeat detection system, recognize people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Oh, daarom dacht hij dat Apollo dingen was, omdat hij de jacket draagt. Can also recognize people by facial features. The face has been recognized. En de rest kan ik niet lezen om de tekst. A heartbeat detection system. Let them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know. Edgewood, they might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. It's kind of sound like these robots can do what Athena does. Wel, basically, dit is ook denk ik zo'n beetje het geval. Oké, dit is de moordplaats. It looks like an operating table. Isn't it in the photo too? Yes, it was here then as well with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I will try pushing it. Pulse, don't touch the... Oopsie. What's happening? Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembling device. Assembling anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pulse. Yep, don't push any more buttons. An emergency ladder. That must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. Oh, ik heb echt weer juk overal, hè. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me. As Mr. Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Yeah, it can be pretty high. Emergency ladder added to the court record. That was lowered from the ground to the ground from the window of the fourth floor robotics lab. It was used to evacuate the space center. Okay. Okay, blijkbaar is dat alles, want we zijn teruggesprongen. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So, what do you think, right? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I will put it off somehow after all. You asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disparate. Okay. So that was what sparked you to get your Eternity's badge back. Yep. The Blackwell case. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with this other case that's ushered in the dark age of the law. Wacht, ushered in the dark age of the law. Ik zit de hele tijd aan mijn nek te trekken omdat mijn onderhemdje die zit zich heel tijd te verplaatsen. Die zit zich heel tijd zo te draaien. Dus ik voel dat ook. Dat is heel vervelend. Very soon a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Oh, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this, because of the espionage aspect. I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know what type of criminals you're after. Now aren't small forum. I know what type of criminals you're after now. Aren't small fries anymore. It looked like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. Okay, dark age of the law. The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I heard there are more false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever. When I became chief of prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. Is it 7 years ago? A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean? That's right. He's talking about my case and prosecutor Blackwell's. Oh, wait, Phoenix case, yeah. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was taunted, and before long, the legal word itself was stuck into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in the age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many at night's rest. Is it just me, or did his bro get even more proud than the last time I saw him? The hostage takers' disdain for the cause courts is the perfect example for the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who's mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial? Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocent. And then maybe she will release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. I will be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course. I will do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more on liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I would like to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I will see you in court, Edward. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it will be good to face you in court again. Like old time's sake. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. Athena. And Pearly too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step in the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, and I was worried about you. Aw. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself. She came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's all right. But there are some other things I would like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Okay. The day of the crime. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of that Head 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum museum the evening before the explosion. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Head 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on the display, that was Dr. Sykes. Het one except the newspaper clipping photo people involved in the launch and a jacket one of them on. Oké. Moet ik hier meedoen? Oh, ik ging gewoon naar court records, oké. Het one exhibit update in the court records. Oké. And the jacket won by Dr. Sykes. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw the jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave. How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is fake after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? Okay, your mother's work. Let's go. Mic een beetje draaien. What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tune of voice and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject of her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much. But she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widgets. And the this earring? Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of a real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did, because that's what I want to believe too. I would better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Okay, robotics lab paper. Back, present. Deze hier. Oh, the Bonko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Bonko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in the photo too. Aha, see Bonko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wounded them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Joni. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looked like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Bonko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotic lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me in the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. That looks just like magic to me. But she could too. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. 7 years ago. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages. I guess I would better spare her the news about Tuesday. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow, unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pulse is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed close up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Yeah, you became a lawyer. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that I had become a lawyer. I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Thames Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Tina? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Well, dat is one thing to do. Moeten zijn innocence proven. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh. Oh no. But this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. My phone! It's from Trucy. The Steel Samurai tune. I love the Steel Samurai tune. I told you I would give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait. I still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. Poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No. Don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya! I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. There must have really been something, although Beard is far from the course with you. Courtroom. Blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last work you would like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you have already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the rooms of the courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I will go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for this astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you will be defending. What? No. Prosecutor Blackwell? Not Prosecutor Blackwell. I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You will be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in the mountain of rubble you've chosen for a courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about, Athena? Of course. Why didn't that even occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! Oké, we hebben heel veel secrets. No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black cyclops. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting the secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. To be continued. Yeah, save the game. December the 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 5. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person falls under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks. According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's souls. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Oh. Pulse, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright. But will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgewood. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I will just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just mean I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pulse. Alright. I will do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I will better get ready. I will just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end the nightmare that started 7 years ago. Ooh, the final trial, I think it is. District Court, courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this room is my battleground. Okay. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise. Court, or some Facemal Terov is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a face-smile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you will start hearing the bones of the hostage snap. Please try not to upset Mr. Blackwell. Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Tina Sykes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. But what did you just say? Edward, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. The case urged in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If you can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Tina Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Okay, let's go. Okay. The gallery.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
En het zonnetje komt erdoor.
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Oké. De stand is een beetje schuin, maar oké. We can do this. We can do this. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left. Ik meen het. Dat ding draait gewoon continu. Sorry. Ik zit echt gewoon... Ik zie op een bepaald moment gewoon letterlijk in de cam gewoon mijn strap gewoon zo gaan. This immense tension between us, it's like we're picking up right where we left. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Mrs. Sykes either. She is a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Tina is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough of identify the true culprit, but it's clear what the person is. The culprit is simply a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I have been knowing of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Oh, of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just have a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. Okay. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October the 7th. The victim, psychologist Matt Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. and to this photo which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusions of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow the proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should hear her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls third witness, the witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Oh, Fulbright? Are you witness? Bobby Fulbright, the name and justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with convicting and threatening the hostages and all. Ik zweer, ik heb echt een jeukneus, man. Dit zijn er al gewend van mij, maar ik blijf het irritant vinden. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly trimming and thought Plonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best, I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation, and through her current actions are hardly lawful. I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted, and I will be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moonwalk, then why the Walling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside the case was Athena Sykes. Okay. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentioned, there was other rolling cases like that one in the lab, but they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. After the last trial, they thought that prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see what that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Okay, we have some footage on it. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So, what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying. Yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? You're referring to the therapy thing, yes? She's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth? Are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to dedicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments. Miss Sykes felt her own choice was to kill her own mother. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly wanted to believe it myself, but we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Okay, let's do this. Cross-examination. Press everything. Simon isn't a murderer. He was trying to cover for someone else. So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appeared to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, expect no less. Oh, remember the tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed a murder.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No. Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I've jumped the gun by the teeny tiny bit. Now I know what I mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moonwalk, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that assistant in the photo with the prosecutor Blackwell in it. But was absent when the crime scene photo were taken. Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has down a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes? Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he did... hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh yeah. Why to ruin the memories of a good day? A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. Oké, jullie zijn allemaal uitgenodigd voor de magic show. My apologies. I will invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hit someone. Okay. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Hold it!
Okay. that's nothing more than conjectures, and it's hardly the one possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moonwalk.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the larger one. The moonwalk was an egg-shaped and only used 8 inches was only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case if they just moved that walk.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Should I try to bluff my way through what I could have been in that case? Do we have something? The Hope Capsule? Nee, the Hope Capsule is still in the picture. The sword? The sword is gone. I mean... Ja, maar de sword heeft hij vast, dus... Word weapon misschien? Als de... Nee, dat moet ik niet hebben dus. Waar is de soort? Ah nee, de soort ligt hier dus. Oké, ik wil weten waar de foto was van haar lijk. Dat werkt dus niet. We probably need to bluff. I'm gonna save, just in case. And I'm gonna bluff. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else what was missing, right? So, no sweat. I'll be very interested to hear your theory. If it's true, this is the case, the scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left. Correct? We all have to do this, compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. En dat ding met dat bloed. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What is this thing? Oh, that's Ponko's arm. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Ponko's arm, denk ik? Ja, Ponko's arm. Please notice there's a robot part on the top of the card in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, the part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. String, what happened to the age of the free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mentioned it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moonwalk and the robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe, I believe, there was another robot in the other scene that looked just like the one here. Your Honor. And it is the defense assertion that it was this other robot that was in this case. What? Wat? Wat zo dat hier op boxen staat. We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like an arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
Oh, we can. Picture. I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can't even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of a technological illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belongs to. The picture. Here.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines healed in the same way as the people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child, but I cannot grab the knees or curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possible fit there. The case does comes up to about mid-tide of Prosecutor Blackwell. But he's a big guy. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. That got me there. So then the Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembling device. Disassembling anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point here.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Blackwell, I would like your opinion as a woman. Miss Blackwell, I would like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of very tough material. The blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion. Miss Blackwell, thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the served arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found on the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko is shattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not a defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Oh, daar daar gaat zijn hoofd. My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Ah! Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I will admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Okay. Photo shows Blackwell taking the robot apart. There's a bloodstain in the end of the robot's arm. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Okay. Well played, Mr. Wright. You have made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling crate, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he helps things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw the claim that the defendant was carrying from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been on a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense, Edward, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. Footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. There's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing, the victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a high distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analyzing showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as those headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then it was imprinted into Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by a splattered anyway, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without questioning, present at the crime scene, and that concludes the prosecution's argument. Yeah. Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicions against her.
Objection!
But we're also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making a ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that. No, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe I was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. Robot witness? Why not? He cannot lie. Order in the court, sorry. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called a manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not witness, my name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who could be calling anybody inflexible. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild, who just learned her own name. How? Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are the questions? You want to know, I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Mantis Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly, just one moment. Searching that data. Search complete, okay? Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem the robot's testimony is necessary to the case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us a testimony today? Let's hope. What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy and Mattis. And then Mommy Mattis fell down. After that, I was recharged, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. Wacht eens even, what is the time of death in the report? Okay, estimate time of death between 1 and 3 p.m. Damn it, 2 p.m. is between that. Heb ik per ongeluk op mijn... Ja, ik heb op mijn Blizzard geklikt per ongeluk in plaats van back. Mijn Blizzard logo staat juist hieronder. Dus mijn Blizzard gaat even openen. Don't worry. Het gaat wel. Ik ga even dat... Zo, sorry. Dat is wanneer je screen share hebt. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. Okay. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the... Stated telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they say. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this as to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, Wright. A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it, robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and a valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. Yep, you will. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I will show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Oké, let's go. Ik ga eerst praten en zien of er nog wat extra tijd eruit komt of zo, of extra informatie. I went to the robotics lab around on the regular research. Okay, press. You regular recharge. What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder. That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Ik ben weer aan het spitten. Ik ben aan het spitten op mijn scherm. Goed bezig. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mittens. Oké. More details wil ik hebben. Hugged her, huh? Which Ashford took to the mean stabbed her with the weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly. I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directly at me. If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Ook, dat is wel slim eigenlijk dat dat verhaal afgeschermd wordt. Ik denk heel veel voices die opgenomen worden, de hersenen hebben dat ook. Vooral in die situaties. Zullen we maar gewoon luisteren naar de dingen wat we willen horen. Maar filteren, anders worden we soms gek erin. Er zijn mensen die filters niet hebben en die worden echt gek in heel veel public places. If it listens to every voice, it would be a little bit of a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in. However, he could have learned what they were talking about just before the Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? Press. Waarom heb ik nu letterlijk heel mijn Blizzard dingen zijn aan het updaten? Oké. Ik kreeg net een update warning. And then Mommy Matt fell down. After that, I was recharged, so I don't know anything. Press.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at that moment? Mommy Mattis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. A heart. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? The robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentioned it, I do remember reading something like that there. Here, by heartbeat detection system. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at the moment, Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that. It could have possibly proven that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can be helped. But it does appear that it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. En we worden gereed door Hobby Hacks. Thanks for the raid. Let's give you an SO'tje. Hobby Hacks. En kijken of we een leuke clip erbij hebben. Maar thanks for the raid. Wat heb je gespeeld? Wat heb je gedaan? Eens kijken naar de leuke... Oeh, crochet. Ja, dat is een crochet denk ik. Of haken of... Heksenraid! Hey Justries, hoe is ie? Hoe is ie? Een heksenraid. Nice. Wel, ik hoop wel dat het een lieve heks is dan. Want dan komt alles wel goed, denk ik. Is het haken of is het crocheten? Ze heeft vanavond gepuzzeld. Oeh, ook leuk. Echt gewoon een puzzel of... jawel, oké. Dan is het goed. Dan is onze heks van alle welkom. Heksenraid! Hey Hobby Heks, thanks voor de raid. En wat heb je vandaag gepuzzeld? Want ik hoorde net van Reset, of ja, ik lees net van Reset dat je gepuzzeld hebt. Heb je leuk? Hoeveel stukjes puzzel? Vanavond was het puzzel. Was het gewoon een puzzel en hoeveel stukjes? En wat zat er op de puzzel? Tell me everything. Tell me all your secrets. Wat heb je verpuzzeld vandaag? En 500 stukjes puzzel. Oh, dat valt nog wel mee, 500 stukjes. Dat is al snel gedaan, denk ik, hè? Of, ja, het ligt eraan wat erop stond. Wat stond er op de puzzel? Met een tuin met eenhoorns. Oeh, nice. Nice. Dat is wel leuk, dat is wel leuk. Maar 500, dat valt nog wel mee. Dat is wel leuk om te doen zo in een avond. Het is een holografische... Oeh, dat is wel leuk. Ik weet niet of je dat goed kunt... Ja, je gaat het niet zien van de camera hier. De puzzel die daar hangt, heeft ook zo'n 3D holografisch effect. Dat is van een heks met een zwarte kat. Die heb ik ook best wel lang op gezeten eigenlijk. Omdat het 3D-effect wat moeilijk maakte. En het was vooral zwart met zwart vergelijken. Maar het zijn wel leuke puzzels om te doen. Ik moet ook nog eens een 3D-puzzel doen. Echt leuk. Maar ik heb geen plaats meer om het op te hangen. Oepsie. Of ja, die plaats gaat nog te iets anders komen, dus... Ik heb langzaam te weinig plaats aan mijn muur. Maar leuk, joh. Heb je hem ook afgekregen? Zeg dat nou niet. Ze komt je heksenpuzzel jatten. Durf maar. Durf maar. Ik heb hier ook een zwaard hangen. Mwahahaha. Nee, als ze luistert krijgt ze sowieso koffie. Maar durf ze mijn puzzel te jatten, komt het zwaard. Nee, maar welkom. Ik zou zeggen, voor de mensen die me niet kennen en mee waren met eten. Ik ben Laptoska en ik ben een vrijheidsstreamer. En ik speel van alle dingetjes. Ik heb net 2 uurtjes bezig geweest en ik heb de rand klaar met een klein beetje van de binnenkant. Nice, nice. De rand is altijd het begin. Of ja, ik begin ook altijd met de rand, dus ja. En dan zo de meest uitspringende dingetjes en dan begin ik daaruit zo te bouwen. Vind ik echt wel leuk. Ik heb hier eigenlijk nog een paar puzzels liggen. Dat is wel leuk om te doen. Mijn maker stress voor mij als ik puzzel, dus... Nee hoor, ik zal alleen vragen waar je hem hebt gekocht. Maar ik weet al niet meer waar ik hem heb gekocht eigenlijk, heel eerlijk. Ik denk van de markt dat ik die ooit heb gehaald. Dat is jaren geleden op de markt. Ja, ik doe dat ook op die manier. Dat is meestal het makkelijkste voor een puzzel. Nu ben ik meer de laatste tijd meer met Lego of zo bezig. Ik ben letterlijk, ik moet echt mezelf gewoon weghouden van Lego sites of van de speelgoedwinkel. Dat is echt gewoon erg. Dan denk ik van, ik zag over laatste stage staan en ik had zo, oh my god, I want it, I want it. Ik heb me weerhouden. De kringloop, oké, nice. Ja, ik ben alleen bang met de kringloop dat er dan stukjes missen. Ik heb het ook al eens gehad met een puzzel die echt uit plastic was. En dat was zo'n speciale, extra grote 3D-puzzel dat zo'n placemat-achtig ook al direct ophangbaar was. Zo'n special ding met zo'n kopje koffies. En ik wou die boven mijn theetafeltje daar hangen. Maar dan miste een stukje uit. En ik had die letterlijk een avond al af. Ik bedoel, het was ook maar 500 stukjes. Dus heel snel af. En dan miste gewoon een stukje uit. Ja, Lego is leuk. Ik had over laatst op stream nog de retro-camera gebouwd. Zo'n goedkope kleine retro-camera. En ik heb ook al op stream de BD-1 Lego set gebouwd. Dat was wel de nep Lego set. En de head van Darth Vader. Heb jij trouwens ook meegedaan met de... Ja, ik heb ook meegedaan. Ik was in de nacht om 1 uur 's nachts tot 4 uur 's morgens. Dus de zaterdag of zondagnacht. Thanks voor de follow, hobbyhack. Wordt gewaardeerd. Ik ga jou ook een follow teruggeven. Dat is altijd wel leuk. Eens kijken. Volgen. Zo, en dan kan ik jou ook eens bekijken. Of als ik eens klaar ben met streamen, jou eens een raidje doorgeven. Maar ik heb inderdaad ook meegedaan met de 6 uur marathon. Inderdaad. Maar ik had het uur dat de meesten in Dromeland lagen. Ja, we hadden de ding gehaald. De goal. Dat vond ik wel leuk. Dat vond ik echt wel leuk dat we de goal hadden gehaald. De laatste sprint heeft denk ik de meeste geld denk ik opgeleverd, denk ik. Maar het is wel leuk dat we zo de mensen kunnen helpen natuurlijk wel. Ik heb binnenkort ook weer ik ga een klein beetje een promotion erin doen. Ik heb binnenkort ook weer een goede doel stream. Ik ga meedoen weer met Catch a Million 2024. Dat is de derde editie dat dat gebeurt. En dat is Catch a Million is St. Baldrick's Foundation stream eigenlijk. Dus ik ga dan heel die week, dat is dus tussen 7 april en 14 april, gaan we dan Pokémons doen. En ons doel is dan eigenlijk geld in te zamelen tegen kinderkanker, onderzoek tegen kinderkanker, worldwide. Maar innerlijk, het doel daarvan is letterlijk, we proberen gewoon 1 miljoen Pokémons met z'n allen te vangen. Al een paar stukjes waarvan de hologramgedeelte afgeslagen. Maar nadat ik hem had verteld, had ik ook. Dus ik vind het erg spannend met deze puzzel. Ik hoop dat hem uitkomt. Laat me weten wanneer. Kom zeker kijken. Dus tussen 7 april en 14 april is dat. Dus, ik heb mijn Tiltify ook al klaargezet. Je kunt het gewoon op mijn Discord ook terugvinden. Bij events onderaan heb je Catch a Million 2024 staan. Ik ben vorig jaar erbij ingerold. Ik ben er vorig jaar bij uitgekomen bij Catch a Million. Ik heb vorig jaar ook meegedaan voor de eerste keer. En dat was de tweede editie. Nu komt de derde editie en ik hoop gewoon dat het dit jaar ook weer leuk wordt. Vorig jaar had ik wel meer tijd om te streamen. Ik was toen nog niet aan het werken. Nu ben ik aan het werken, dus toch wel. Maar we gaan kijken of we toch wel weer een bedragje kunnen ophalen. En Pokémon's kunnen vangen. En natuurlijk veel plezier kunnen maken. Waarschijnlijk ga ik weer Pokémon Legends Arceus doen. Die raadt wel lekker snel. Mijn eigen verjaardag. Ik ben heel slecht met datums. Zoals ik zei, in mijn Discord staat het gewoon. Ik zal je een uitroepteken. Discord. Daar staat het gewoon. Kun je terugvinden. Heb ik Discord fout? Schrijven Discord. Is met een T zeker? Is Discord met een T? Nee, daar is die. Nightbot was gewoon nog aan het slapen. Nightbot, hoe durf je? En via welke game is het vangen? Je mag kiezen, je hebt hem goed. Ja, ik dacht al van, maar Nightbot was gewoon traag. Nightbot. Wel opletten, hè, Nightbot. Nightbot, wakker mij. Dus je mag kiezen welke game je wilt doen van Pokémon. Je mag alle Pokémon games gebruiken. Je mag zelfs Pokémon Go gebruiken. Lekker gewerkt, Nightbot. Ja, echt, hè. Nightbot heeft gewoon zijn rustdag nodig, denk ik. Nee, maar je mag elke Pokémon game kiezen wat je wilt. Als je maar Pokémons kunt vangen in de game. En dan moet je het registreren via hun website. En dan kun je zo Pokémons vangen optellen. Er zijn ook meestal wedstrijden geweest. Vorig jaar was het vooral wedstrijden voor Amerikaanse bewoners. Ik weet niet als Europa nu dit jaar erbij gaan tellen of niet. Ja, maar een Nightbot, daar moet je van houden. Dat is gewoon een robotje waar je van moet houden. Dat is zo van af en toe moet je die even op de vingers stikken van hey, wakker worden. Maar hij doet het goed. He doet het goed. He is good. He is good. He is lief. He is nice. Nightbot doet van alles. Nightbot helpt mij met veel commands. Hij heeft ook mijn song request erop aangesloten. Dus het is nu niet actief, by the way. Just saying. Voordat we SR's krijgen in de dingen. Omdat dit een YouTube game gaat worden. Dat betekent voor mij, games met verhaallijnen gooi ik op mijn YouTube kanaal. En als er song requests doorgegooid worden, wel, dat vind ik mijn YouTube kanaal niet leuk. Dus daarmee staat dat meestal uit. Kan. Nee, maar Nightbot is inderdaad wel een goede bot. Is makkelijk, is gratis, is gewoon een echt aanradende bot voor alle streamers, vind ik. En we all love Nightbot natuurlijk. We kennen allemaal Nightbot. Er zijn weinig mensen op Twitch die Nightbot niet kennen. Dus dat is er wel bij iedereen voorbij. Maar ik ga eens vertellen over de game. Ik weet niet of jullie de game kennen, wat ik aan het spelen ben. Ik ben momenteel Phoenix Wright, Ace Eternity, Phoenix Wright, Dual Destinies aan het spelen. Het is basically een soort van advocatenspel. Wij zijn Phoenix Wright, onze zwetende meneer hier op het bovenste scherm. DMCA claims en zo. Wacht, krijg je heel leuke... Ja, hele leuke claims. We don't want those. Maar ja, dus Phoenix is die zwetende persoon hier. We zijn een advocaten en wij proberen natuurlijk onze cliënten vrij te spreken. In deze zaak wordt iemand van onze eigen advocatenbureau beschuldigd. In een case wat nu wordt gebeurd, maar ook 7 jaar geleden. Ondertussen is er een soort van gijzeling bezig en de gijzelaar demand dat wij de zaak heropenen van 7 jaar geleden. Met als hoofdverdachte Athena Sykes, onze cliënten. En natuurlijk willen die vrij spelen. Maar natuurlijk weten we ook wel, degene die toen veroordeeld is geweest 7 jaar geleden, is ook onschuldig. Sowieso, dat weten we, dat voelen we. We gaan die ook eruit proberen te vissen. We moeten wel binnen de dag eruit vissen. Waarom? Hij is 7 jaar geleden veroordeeld tot de doodstraf. Zijn doodstrafdag is morgen. Dus we wij moeten hem zo goed mogelijk vrij proberen te spreken. Dus dat wordt leuk. Er is dus van alles gebeurd in een Space Center. Moord is gebeurd. Bombingen zijn gebeurd. Van alles is gebeurd. We zitten ook in een hele volledige kapotte rechtszaak. Want er is ook een bombing gebeurd. Er gebeurt van alles. Ja, ik denk dat dat een beetje de game covers zover ik zit. Ik weet niet of jullie ooit al het Phoenix Wright games gespeeld of Ace Attorney games. Het was vroeger op de DS. Momenteel kun je ze ook op de PC spelen. Heb je geen Tia over de rechter? Tia over de rechter. De rechter is een oude man met een baard die veel over zijn grandkids praat. Zijn kleinkinderen. En goedgelovig is. Nooit gespeeld of van gehoord. Een echte aanrader, de game. Je kunt momenteel de trilogie, de allereerste trilogie, hebben ze geremaked op de PC. Op Steam kun je die vinden. Origineel was het een DS-game. Dus daarom heb ik ook zo'n rare scherm hier zo staan. Dit was een DS-game. Ik speelde ook op een DS later momenteel. Ik heb hem wel zelf op een DS, maar ik heb hem al eens ooit gespeeld. Maar toch, het is een jaar geleden dat ik dit heb gespeeld. Ik heb alle games gespeeld. Het is echt een aanrader. Als je van een beetje mysterie houdt en een beetje uitzoeken en niet erg vindt om een beetje tankwerk te doen, is dit wel echt een leuke game. Meneer als advocaat spreekt zelf Jack the Ripper vrij. Kijk. Oké, nice. Dan gaat jij heel goed helpen in deze zaak, denk ik. Dus dit komt goed. Dus onze witness op het moment, wij zijn een witness statement aan het doen, cross-examination met een hond. Chris zei dat je Athena aan het redden was en ik ben dol op Griekse goden. Dus ik dacht, ja, die gaan we Tuurlijk, Athena is dus momenteel onze cliënte. Dus wacht, ik kan mijn court records pakken van... Dit is Athena. Zie, Athena Sykes. Zij werkt dus voor mijn... de game is in het Engels. Sorry, ik heb hem in het Engels gezet. Goed, hij is ook in het Nederlands. Op mijn DS staat hij in het Nederlands, maar... ik stream mijn games vooral in het Engels, omdat ik ook soms niet Nederlands sprekende kijkers heb. En dan switch ik dus ook Engels en Nederlands. Dus ja, wij proberen haar te redden. Deze persoon hier. Zij heeft een speciale ability. Zij kan emoties horen van het hart. Echt superleuk en handig. Let's go continue the game, I would say. After Mommy Mattress' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. Workbench, huh? Okay, Ponko must be talking about a table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? There is something. There is always something critical about this statement. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I would like to add it to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Okay, dus hier moet het allemaal niet met van down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Wel, dit is een contradiction met... Niet de autopsie. This picture of the murder. Want zij is totaal niet bij de ronde tafel. Of bij de ronde raam. Bij de dingen.
Objection!
Oh, we are good. We are good. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again. Okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Yep, there are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. Ik vind het altijd zo relaxed vibe. Sorry dat ik je niet eerder heb gezegd dat deze streams er ook is. Wacht, er ook is. Ja, ik ben stout. Maar ik ben niet... Ik probeer het toch wel een leuke vibe te houden. Ik probeer het. Ik kan niet altijd beloven. I just try. Af en toe heb ik ook wel een slechte vibes hoor. Oh, Oh, kijk, dit is wel leuk. Oh, dat is echt wel leuk dat jullie dan samen... Ja, dat samen zijn. Dat is echt wel leuk. Dan kun je ze altijd zo meedoen in de chats en zo. Altijd bij je vrienden. Dat is echt wel leuk. Ja, dat is echt wel leuk. I don't have a boyfriend, so... Exactly, Your Honor. We have just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two different locations of the body? It will tell you what. The defendant moved the body. The victim is not the killer. Ik ben ondertussen een beetje aan het verder puzzelen. Oeh, geniet van je puzzel zou ik zeggen. Ik zal dat ook doen. Ik doe dat ook meestal. Ik heb hier meerdere schermen staan. En meestal heb ik gewoon een stream op staan. Ik heb ook een leuk stream op staan. Ik ben ook een leuk stream aan het kijken sowieso. Altijd. En dan doe ik ook mijn games gewoon verder. Ook leuk dat we samen streamen. Niet dat een van ons iets doet en de andere er niks mee. Oeh, nice. Mag restream jij ook? Eens kijken. Want ik probeer echt meestal echt gewoon... Wacht, jij bent dan ook bij de Fnatic, denk ik, hè? Nee, je bent niet bij de Fnatic. Maar toch, ik ga je ook een volgje geven. Voilà, dat is ook gebeurd. Ik probeer toch wat meer mensen zo te helpen met reden. En dat is makkelijker als ik volg, want dan zie ik ook wanneer mensen live zijn en zo. Dat is altijd wel fijn. Niet dat een van ons iets doet en de andere niks. Ja, maar dat is wel leuk. Dat is wel leuk. Kun je om de beurt zo streamen? Dat is wel leuk zo, als je vrienden en vriendinnen zo. The victim moved. Defendant moved the body. Wel, ik denk niet dat een kind, letterlijk 7 jaar geleden, dat is een kind van 11. Ik ken Bart wel en ga misschien ook onder het label streamen. Nu dan zou ik het gewoon aanraden. Ik zou gewoon zeggen, doen. Bart heeft mij gewoon gevraagd of ik er ook gewoon niet bij wil komen, omdat ik gewoon... ik heb een paar slechte ervaringen gehad met communities. Geloof me. Hele slechte ervaringen gehad met communities. Dat je denkt van, alles op mis kan gaan met een community, heb ik al letterlijk gehad. Letterlijk. Dus ik was zo zelf nu een beetje communityloos. En Bart vroeg me gewoon in één keer, wil je niet anders onder mijn naam komen? Ja, bij ons in de community komen. En tot nu toe, ik ga zeggen, ben ik wel blij dat ik daarbij zit. Dat is inderdaad, ik ben er wel blij dat ik er wel bij zit. Het is niet zo needy als de communities waar ik bij zat, maar wel supportive. En dat vind ik wel leuk eigenlijk. Zoals je bij een community doet, elkaar supporten. Ik vond het ook heel fijn met die marathon. Ik had gemerkt en ik had zo'n lijst gemaakt, ook op mijn Discord, met alle streamkanalen die meededen, dat ik bij sommigen nog niet volgde. En dan druk ik even gewoon op die follow ding. En dan kan ik hun ook weer een rate geven natuurlijk als ik hun live zie. Meestal is het wel, want ik kan niet altijd bij iedereen in de stream komen. En dat zeg ik heel eerlijk, ik volg zoveel mensen, maar echt te veel mensen soms. Momenteel, eens kijken, ik heb mijn dingen... Zijn er 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 mensen die ik volg live. Dus meestal kan ik niet altijd bij iedereen zitten. En dat vind ik wel jammer eigenlijk, zo dat ik dan niet bij iedereen kan hi zeggen of even kan zitten. Meestal zijn er wel heel vaak mensen live die ik volg. En dan is het meestal, oké, wie gaan we reden? Nog altijd, nog gaan we wachten. We could explain the two different locations of the body. I tell you what, victim moved dan. Want ja, ik denk niet dat een 11-jarige defendant het lijk van de moeder kan verplaatsen. Dus victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved a heavy body of an adult. Daar hebben we het. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew, hier hebben we de judge. I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Ponko is a robot, dude. Stop treating it like a little girl. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother and nothing more.
Objection!
Ik heb een tijdje tot eigenaar aan toe voor Gamers Lodge gestreamd. Heb met de andere eigenaren uiteindelijk nu toe Nexus Collective gericht. Waar we ons richten op de samenspelen van games in plaats in plaats zoals de Gamers Lodge op de streams. Ik heb nog nooit van... Ik ga gewoon eerlijk zeggen, ik heb nooit van Gamers Launch, denk ik, gehoord. Of Nexus Collective. Sorry, als ik daar nooit van heb gehoord. Ja. Wacht, dus ik heb met andere eigenaren uiteindelijk nu... waar we ons richten om samen... Maar samen spelen vind ik het belangrijkste. Wees maar blij dat je niet van Gamers Launch gehoord hebt. Oké. Ja, ik heb andere dingen gehad, andere communities. Ik vond het wel jammer. Ik vind het wel altijd wel leuker als je samen met andere mensen kunt spelen. Dat vind ik altijd wel leuk. Soms speel ik ook samen met een andere streamer genaamd GameStore. Vind ik wel leuk. Wat hobby ga ik zeggen, oké. En dat vind ik wel leuk. Als je zo samen kunt streamen. Morgenavond trouwens ben ik bij de Vols in de stream. Dan gaan wij samen Baldur's Gate 3 spelen. Voor hem is het zijn eerste campaign. Voor mij niet, dus ik mag niet te veel zeggen in zijn campaign. Ik ga wel vragen aan hem, want aangezien het morgen mijn vrije dag is. En het kwam zo juist uit dat we op onze vrije dag, mijn vrije dag gaan streamen. Of ik ook niet mijn stream zal aangooien. Of dat een probleem voor hem is. Ik respecteer dat natuurlijk. Het is zijn gameplay, zijn campaign. Maar ik wil ook wel eens graag misschien mijn stream ook wel even aangooien. Ja, vrije dag en zo. Dus morgenavond ben ik sowieso weer met anderen aan het spelen. Ik vind het echt leuk. Wright. Oh ja, dit is Prosecutor Edgeworth. Hij is een beetje onze tegenstander, maar friend tegenstander. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hij draagt altijd blue suits. Hey, blue is my favorite color. What can I say? And if the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko. Ponko? Allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. Called it. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes. Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, an ID tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what the thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Yep, here. Can also recognize a person by facial... recognize people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tag. So it would appear Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, it is Ponko. On the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Uh-oh. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an IT tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her IT tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. And only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. Not true, not true. We can... Oké, ik wil dat even nalezen. Normaal ook bij gezicht. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Voilà. Ponko should have known if that was the body.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial... There you go! Facial recognition. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't. So that means...
Objection!
A facial can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask or something else for the man. With the facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. God damn it. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Well, even I have an explanation for that one. New emotions blind you to the truth. We could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rotational thoughts. Well, open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe the robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me. What she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines healed in the same way as people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive and cruel mistake. She thought that if the robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth. If you're about to claim that I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Uh-oh, we are in trouble. Was to dismantle the evidence, so that she could get away with her crime. Ik denk niet dat zij het door had. Ik dacht eerder van proberen te fixen. Oké, dan waren ook dat. That can be true. Uh-oh. Tina is in trouble. Order! Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter. Either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But... Uh-oh, nu gaat het komen. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate defendant's guilt, remained uncharged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of anything. I can neither. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I have learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostage have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Ashworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Objection? By who? Oh, Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell? This is quite the farce you have conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell? What are you talking about? What am I talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years for 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. Wel, voor de mensen die niet weten aan de hand is, de judge is kei-bang van Prosecutor Blackwell. Letterlijk. Vaak hij niet onder zijn bank heeft verscholen voor hem. Ik ben de tel kwijt. Oké, witness testimony. 7 years ago. Dus hij is geframed voor de moord 7 jaar geleden. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention to killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How tactic it was. Okay. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell, merely that. A mother and child fooling around, perhaps tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in the testimony. You shouldn't hardly take stock in the words of a wound-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. Okay. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go, so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the... If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the street. Hold it. Don't you dare judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-agreement, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell? You selfish? Well, to be frank, I don't think this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-agreement, I will announce my verdict. This is really happening? Is this really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? In fact, I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Okay. I can let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. We need Athena. We need Athena. Hold it. Oké, wie hebben we nu weer? Athena? Athena! Let's go. Athena? What are you? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just a thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Saisono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they have been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in phase. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. Aw, Martina. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come, the day I have been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. Chance to shake off this fear that has been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Ooh, let's go. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Okay, open widget. Use widget. Let's go, widget. Let's go, widget. Okay. Okay, I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Why is he happy? But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed for my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act, and now... Okay, why is he happy here? Why is he happy here? Pinpoint. Happiness.
Got it!
Why is he happy? When we view your emotion alongside your... No, waarom is het niet een expected emoji? It's not the... Maar waarom is hij happy? Waarom is hij happy? It's the wrong emoji. Okay. Let's take another look. Okay. Okay, and then I committed the act. Okay, let's rewind. His emojis are very guarded, and his defense are way up. He steals his way as if he's never let the secret be known. Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer. And we're going to prove it. But what was he trying to do that day? If we approach it from that angle, I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. Maar misschien toch hier de happiness dan. Oké, deze happiness moet ik hebben. Oké. The feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Okay. Oh wow, dat is in één keer 60% naar beneden. Just now, you said that you went to the space center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I want to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan, not in contradiction, dictory about that. No, okay. The second I found an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can leech onto. I was afraid of that. Okay. We will just have to keep chipping away at him, then bit by bit. Could you update this testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Okay. Let's go, bit by bit. Okay, he wants to know I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Okay, info updated. When I found Athena in the robot lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed for my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Oh, waarom is er nu in één keer update van scared? Waarom is hier in één keer scared? Oké, kom op. Sadness. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Okay. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My object was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? Went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subject to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this the theory? Is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright, how are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, interesting. Let's go. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony, as a matter of fact. He's spilling lie on top of a lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? I can either use the evidence-based approach if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotion. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
Nope, not giving up. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which I track first is emotions. Okay, let's go for it. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Okay. I heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. Update. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay. I heard crying from the next door. Waarom is he sad?
Got it!
No, it's not here. It's not the sadness. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here, yeah. You know, ja, je hoort het een beetje aan de muziek. Als ik het juist heb, dan is de muziek nog stil. Ik kan gewoon door scrollen hier. I hurry over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Ik eerst naar de contradictions kijken. If you see an unusual or out of place emotion, just point it out. Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions though? Die vraag vraag me ook af. We could take a break and go back to looking for contradiction. Okay. Let's try his testimony. Let's just press on like that, okay? Let's try his testimony. Okay, let's compare the testimony with the evidence one more time. I heard a cry from the next door, of course. I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand over and had no choice but to kill my mentor. If you find an inconsistency statement, present evidence to the... Ja, goede vraag. Heb ik echt iets gemist? If we can find... Okay, let's go back to the emojis. And press everything we have. Okay, why shocked? The shocked, okay, that's the shocked one. The shocked one is feller. How odd. Why would you register surprise and at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I will explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. Makes sense, makes sense. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Oh, frick. Back to 100% noise. Is that 100% now? What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with a lie. We will never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Okay, it's emojis. Alright, let's give them a good look then. Oké, dit klopt. Update. Angry, wow. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck. Size. Waarom ben je minder angry hier? Het moment dat je eigenlijk naar bed wil, maar het spel te spannend is. Oh, vind je het spannend? Oké. I prefer to hand Athena over, so I had to kill my mentor. Vind je dit een spannend spel? Ik vind het heel leuk, de mysterie een beetje daar te rafelen. Ik wou nog niet weggaan van de emojis, dus press on like this. Press on, press on, press on. Oké. Try to find something out of the thing. Ik moet ook eigenlijk gaan slapen. Ja, ik heb morgen gelukkig een free day, dus ik mag op wakker blijven. Jullie moeten echt gaan slapen, denk ik dan, hè. Eens kijken, ik denk... Hier, waarom is hij hier minder boos? En minder surprise? Nee, het is niet dat. Maar ik dacht van misschien is waarom is hij minder surprised? Waarom is hij minder angry? Weet de... Iets met een 12 uur stream morgen. Oeh, have fun. Have fun met een 12 uur stream morgen. Let's just press on like this. Oké, dan wil ik de angry. Wacht, deed ik de angry net of de surprise? Nee, wacht, ik moet één verder. Kijk eerst de surprise, hè? De angry. Welke deed ik net? Angry. Ook niet. Is het dan gewoon bij de eerste? Oké, let's try the testimony dan maar. Wacht eens even. But here is blood. Wacht. Photos show Blackwell taking the robot apart. There is a bloodstain on the end of the robot's arm. Press this.
Objection!
The blood is already on there. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. He found it. Take a look at this photo. That's a photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think the picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana. I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the bot was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it. It must have been the victim's blood, but that's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in despite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be... Exactly, in order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Ooh, we got him. We got him. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you are doing. Well, covering the truth, of course. Huh? His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emojis here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool of something. Oh, zijn oog ging blinky. Phoenix Wright. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I will take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Okay. Error. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then... I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could land Tina out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor, okay? This voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years? And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in the testimony, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright. I saw it, the terrible scene. Ponko? Athena? Hope? Athena. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And thought it's pathetic. I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Ooh, he's sweating. He's sweating. Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Why, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. Uh-oh. It was a tragedy, one I will never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana laid on the floor, and standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something's wrong with Mom. So I'm taking her apart to fix it. Yeah. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted." No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is. This beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? Uh-oh. Ooh. No! No! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother? Athena? As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
Uh-oh. It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersion on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me. Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than that, is it now? Those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday's life. No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that? To somebody who loved me so much. Ik ga echter naar bed, helaas. Kom er niet achter. Maar is niet erg. Slaap lekker. Als je sowieso het einde wilt zien, de VOD gaat sowieso opstaan na de stream. Ga ik de VOD sowieso opzetten. En ik ga hem sowieso ook uploaden op mijn YouTube-pagina. Dus wil je het einde zien, kun je altijd herbekijken op de YouTube. Of, ik zou gewoon zelf eigenlijk zeggen, speel de game ook. Dan kun je er zelf achter komen wat er is gebeurd. En welke andere moorden zijn gebeurd. En wie andere moordenaars en welke andere mysteries zijn gebeurd. Het is echt een aanradende game. Ik weet niet of de dual Destinies ook op Steam is. Wacht, ik ga eens even kijken op Steam. Ja, ik heb mijn scherm aan, dus jullie gaan mijn Steam mee kunnen kijken. Ik ben mama van 2 kleine meisjes, dus ik moet nu toch echt wel naar bed. Dat snap ik volledig. Eens kijken of wij dat vinden. Bibliotheek. jullie zien denk ik deels al mee, hè? Ja, jullie zien deels mee. Ace Attorney. Dual Destinies er ook in. En Scene. Dus hier is die Ace Attorney. Het zijn sounds. Waarom heb ik hier sounds? Phoenix Wright. Het zijn sounds. Waarom heb ik hier sounds? Attorney. Hier heb ik Apollo Justice trilogie. Phoenix Wright trilogie. The Sound. Is dit deze misschien? Nee, dat is hem ook niet. Dus ik ben momenteel naar hier aan het kijken, want dit is de Phoenix Wright trilogie. Dat is Apollo Justice. Deze heb ik zelf nog niet gespeeld. Dat is The Sound. En ik weet niet wat dit is. Er staan nog wat dingen bij. Eens even kijken wat daarbij staat. Turnabout turns... dat is de bundle. Oké, dus deze is zelf niet op Steam. Maar het is wel een aanradende game. Het is effectief een aanradende game. Wil je weten welke dingen ik gebruik? Ik gebruik momenteel de Citra Notley Simulator. Dus kun je altijd wel eens op gratis downloaden. Maar slaap lekker, hobbyhacks. Slaap lekker. Good night, sleep tight. Ik ga lekker nog hier een beetje het mysterie verder oplossen. Maar ik zou hem echt aanraden om ook te proberen. Echt heel leuk. Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Wel trusten, ik ga binnenkort je Discord joinen. Dan kan ik je er nog eens naar vragen. Super. Onderin kun je altijd vragen en dan geef ik je wel met veel plezier de links door van de game. Ik ga nu niet onthouden, namelijk snap ik volledig. Als je vragen hebt over de DS-simulator, mag je me dat altijd vragen. Ik gebruik niet altijd simulator alleen, dit is de enige simulator die ik gebruik. De rest zijn meestal directe aansluiting met consoles, dus daarmee. Maar zeker. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. I would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. I can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this? I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything. Even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What you say, Your Honor. In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes her opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would please, take the stand, Miss Sykes. Okay, let's break her side, her testimony as well, to save her. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now, we can finally move forward and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes. Admit your guilt and bring everything to this conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of its stabbing indeed. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle into my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories no one but a murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone us long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter agreement?
Objection!
Dat is justice. Dat is de naam of justice. Dat hoorde ik. Oh nee, het was Phoenix. Oké, ik dacht van Justice. Where are you? Come on, Justice. I do your honor, Mr. White. But Mr. White, where's Justice? Why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter agreement now is pointless.
Objection!
Ik dacht dat het Justice eerst was. Don't tell me you have forgot one of the basic tenets of lawing. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually readjusted in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edward. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Yes, the locks. We still have the locks on. The locks. I did a little research. I looked into those special side locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off. Even from herself. Okay. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like nothing for a grant or cent somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of the stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of the blood as it flows down my handle into my face. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event, I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and it felt feeling of the stabbing and deep back. The weapon used to murder 7 years ago belongs to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. Maar waarom zijn haar vingerafdrukken dan er niet op? Problem with her confession. Please prove it with this court. Tina Ian gave Athena the stone was cut from the moonwalk. Explains to recognize a stab wound in the chest. Yeah, an 11-year-old. Hoe kan zij een stab wound in the chest? Oké, ik ga dit presenten.
Take that!
Nope. Nope. And what does the contradiction does that piece of evidence prove? Well, something you have flipped until a thing to get a new way of looking at it, Your Honor. And she says you get a new way of looking at things yourself, Mr. Wright. Ouch. That didn't work. Nope. Athena said that blood flowed down the handle into my... There's no blood on the handle. Okay, thanks for the tip. I hope to everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing Miss Wright. Now then, there's a problem with Miss Sykes' confession. Well, okay, I know. Let's skip this too. Let's skip. De blade was... I was aan het twijfelen met de blade mijn vinger erop druk, maar... The blood on the handle. What blood? What blood on the handle?
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim? Mr. Wright? I respectfully and firmly disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. Please, focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, there is a clearly contradiction in this of the fact. You're right. Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said, there's no question, I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction in the memory means? Lily, just give me a second to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's testimony mean? The blood was wiped off the weapon. The defendant used a different weapon. A different weapon? A different weapon. Yeah, a different weapon. The defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana handle is spotless. Ik wil even... Sorry. Miss Sykes, the spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? Well, heel eerlijk, we're gonna this is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. What is the weapon? What is the weapon? The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show the possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course. He would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there was to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something. There is a high probability that was in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this other blade that may have been in the crime scene. The knife. A utility knife. Indeed, a utility knife.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon of Clay Tarrant case. Yes, this is the knife that took Miss Tarrant's life. Mr. Tarrant's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other blade weapon was found in the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Oh, of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. Ooh, the knife is gone. You're right. I don't see any kind of blade tool. Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Therefore, there was no longer blade weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. The toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. No, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of those tools have a sort of design on them. I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of those tools is missing from the skit. If we rearrange those tools into a specific pattern, you might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory you pitiful sense of aesthetic helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court when you would. What pattern of design would we see if we were to rearrange the tool? Wel, de logo natuurlijk. Op de lab. Dit ding. Even mijn oog wrijven. Kayaks.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Kayaks logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Kayaks is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Kayaks logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the star and rocket motive isn't it's got going. Kayaks, eh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? I think I see it now. But yes, which is the tool shown in this photo? The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Tarrant case comes into play. If you were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would make the perfect logo. It would complete the Kayaks logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. Your aesthetic sense is keener than yours. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you are at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ooh, we got him. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to have a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, How does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? Oh, sorry. What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Or are you change the premise on your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation, derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then conceal the knife on a personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memory and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is the utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. Or you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself began stabbing someone with her own hands. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I found a contradiction, it vanished and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... no, you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Yeah. We need an Apollo. Apollo? Where are you? We need you. Now. I don't want to believe it. It can be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you have done all you can do. No. No, we're not giving up. I'm not. Is giving up really the only option? No, it's not. I'm never going to give up. No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in the doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right? I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I will always believe in her. Not to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I will just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Okay, let's go. Big brain time. Big brain time. I consider the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must be been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't see the knife at the scene. It means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Tina can. Someone else. Okay, a third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. And Gigi Shanai, thanks for the follow. Wat echt appreciate. Dankjewel. En welkom bij de stream. Welkom. And a good evening. Oké, a third person was at the stream. Hey, hoe gaat het hier? Hier gaat het goed. We zijn bij de big thinking of the brain in Phoenix Wright voor de mysterie op te lossen van het moord dat we nu aan het doen zijn. Maar dankjewel nog eens voor de follow. Maar je raadt goed, hoe gaat het bij jou? But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, the person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering the victim's face. Als er geen face is... No, that's not why. Oh, als er geen face was, dan kon hij ook niet zien of dat een persoon was. No, that's not right. What good would covering the victim's face have done? Wel, hij kon alleen bij tag of face recognition. No face, no tag is no recognition. Dus it said that wouldn't have helped the culprit hide their identity. I know, the person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition by covering their own face. Goeder, ik was 22 geleden nog jarig. Nu niet meer. Oh, nog eens happy birthday dan. 21 staat bij mij op de klok. Maar gelukkige verjaardag dan alvast. Hoe oud ben je geworden gisteren? The person hit their face. Okay, but wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would still detect their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprits only had to cover their face and the pose as which person to avoid detection. Als Meta Sykes. Mel, dat is een beetje moeilijk aangezien ik niet weet hoe jij eruit ziet en alleen mij de naam DJ Shania raad, dus geen idee. Dat is een beetje moeilijk om te zien dan, hè. If the culprit posed as the victim. That would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. And all they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim, the jacket. The culprit would have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with an ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It would have worked. It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that was the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. 17, dat is nog heel jong. Maar begin nog van alles. Dat is nog lekker jong, maar proficiat met je 17e verjaardag. That's it. The person Athena stabbed was Dr. Sykes. It wasn't Dr. Sykes, it was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Dat is waar. Ja, ik ben een stukje ouder, dus daarmee. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us a verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. Okay, the hostage moeten we vrijgeven. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby object. I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. Ooh. But now I know for the fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What? Oeh, gooi de koord op zijn kop, jongens. Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statement, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your delirious grab of time?
Objection!
Objection! altijd jukneus. After all we have been through, Mr. Edgewood, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ah, you make that pose all the time, regardless the facts. Clonco's strange malfunction. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Of Apollo droeg gewoon de jas van Clay. Met de nametag. Leuk, ik ga even een serie kijken. Oeh, veel plezier. Laat me alvast even weten welke serie. En dan zou ik zeggen, veel plezier met je serie. En alvast een fijne avond. Aspe is leuk. Ik heb heel Aspe ook nog gekeken. Ja, dat is wel leuk. I love it. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by the jacket ID tag. All because Clonco couldn't read Apollo's facial features due of their eye patch. Ben die voor de derde keer aan het kijken, denk ik. Ja, ik heb hem ook al keihard gezien. Ik blijf het geweldig vinden. Blijkbaar is er ook een... ik weet niet of die al geweest is. Er komt ook een theaterstuk van Aspe. Waar het publiek het moord moet oplossen met Aspe samen. Interactive toneelstukje of zoiets. Like Mr. Ashwood said, a mask could new life to robots' facial recognition. And then... Ja, spoed heb ik zo. Als kind keek ik dat altijd met mijn mama samen. En ik heb het overlaatst ook nog eens herbekeken. Ik heb het 2 jaar geleden nog eens helemaal herbekeken, van voor tot achter. Ik heb wel toen nog een vraag gestuurd op VTM, want ze niet alle afleveringen op VTM Pro hebben. Ze hebben er met een bepaalde acteur weggelaten en dat vond ik echt niet leuk. Hun vinden dat een geldige reden om een afleveringen weg te halen. Ik vond dat niet, dus ik heb toen de aflevering gekregen. Of ja, zo van, hé jongens, ik wil die afleveringen. Niks van, maar ja. Maar ik heb het toen helemaal bekeken, die aflevering. Ja, ik loop een beetje achter met familie. Eens kijken, ik denk dat ik 2 afleveringen achterloop. Ik kijk dat altijd zo'n beetje in de tussentijd. Omdat ik momenteel ook met de rookie bezig ben. En ik ben meestal live of op het werk, dus daarmee eens kijken. Hoeveel afleveringen mis ik nu nog? Waarom hebben ze nu weer familie niet meer naar boven gegooid? Nee, familie. Ik mis nu, ja, 2 afleveringen. Moet ik nog kijken. Ik kijk voor altijd de hele week, want ik kijk, waar ik voor kijk, altijd de hele week, want heb... Ah, je hebt VTM Go Plus. Nee, ik vind dat het geld niet waard om te kijken. Ik heb nu al weinig, dus dan kijk je nog meer voor mij. Dus don't spoil it voor me. Ik volg ook familie, dus daarmee. Facebook spoilt soms al veel te veel. All the persons would have to do is to wear a jacket with the big ID tag posts.
Objection!
Maar ja, ik kijk ook heel graag naar familie. Familie is een van de weinige dingen die ik ook nog kijk. Oh nee, ik ben alleen familie en de rookie momenteel aan het kijken. Want ik heb gewoon te weinig tijd ervoor. Ik bedoel, ik ben ook aan het streamen, dus dat wordt dan moeilijk. Ik heb tijd. Sorry. Series te kijken. Of ik ben aan het slapen, of ik ben aan het werken, of ik ben aan het streamen. Dus meestal is dat zo van, ja, series, dan moet er ergens tussenin passen. Meestal bij mijn ontbijt kijk ik gewoon familie, dus daarmee. Of al de ridiculous theories. En de hoekje kijk ik op mijn werk en mijn break, in mijn pauzetijd. Ik heb een uur pauze, dus dan kijk ik daar de hoekje in. Handig. What good would a silly disguise like that do? I've forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system. If there was a third person in the scene, the robot would have detected them. Veel plezier met je serie! And thanks for the lurk! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Komt helemaal goed, komt helemaal goed. We zijn bij de laatste case, denk ik, dus... Because by the time... Ik ga denk ik deze ook even doorduwen. Want ik heb morgen toch een vrije dag. Dus ik ga deze even doorduwen tot we de game denk ik uit hebben. hoop ik dat ik niet de mistake maak dat het te lang duurt. Dat ik niet de 3 uur s'nachts door blijf gaan. Maar in tijd normaal is dit de laatste case. Dus dat komt wel goed. Komt goed. Let's go. Because by the time Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? Yep, she was already killed. So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed... This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is a mother's real killer. But that's... I'm impossible! Let's go. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes. I remember. Athena. What is it? Ooh, the black locks. Black locks. Black locks. I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Miss Sykes, are you all right? No! Black Cyclops. They're breaking. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Cyclops has broken. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black Cyclops are finally gone. Dat betekent dat zij zich dat herinnert nu. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with a katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quite, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and he dodged at first, so I only caught his clothes, but I tried again. This time you caught him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and passed out. Okay, we have an update. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her. I thought, so I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant had just given us critical new testimony. En ik word gereed door Gameser! Wait, hey Mew, hoe is ie? Hey Games, hoe is ie? Let's give you a shout out. Hoe was de Supermarket Simulator? What does the fuck say? Thanks for the follow. Hey, hey! Let's give you a shout out with a clip. What the fuck? say.
My meat has arrived. That sounded weird. My sparrows has arrived, so I'm gonna eat my meat. No, I'm gonna eat.
You're gonna eat your meat. Relaxed. Oeh, je bent net op het einde. Got 3k points. Twitch insane. What? You got already 3k points? Nice. Nice. Relaxed. Nice. Was this clip from Just Now games, or was that another clip? How was the supermarket simulation? 7 maatjes! Thank you for the resub. What appreciated. Dank je. Geef je al
7 maandjes.
7 maanden je geld aan mij. Dat is toch erg? Dat was eerder van vandaag. Avans. Oké, nice. Trouwens, voor de mensen die dus... misschien moet ik naar Engels overgaan, want jouw kijkers meestal Engels zijn, hè. So, for the people that are curious, I'm at the end of the game. I'm in the last trial. I'm breaking through the last trials of the last moments of the trial. I'm going to get the real killer this time. But how are you doing for the rest? How are you guys doing? How did the game go? I was lurking, so I need to see, because now I'm lurking myself. Yes, now I'm lurking myself, so now I'm gonna change my lurk stream for a moment. So I'm lurking somebody else. Yeah, I was lurking you, so I had you on silence on my second screen. The game was relaxed. Ik moet die ook eens proberen. I need to try it also. It looks so fun. But it looks so weird in my mind to go working in the store and then come home and do a simulator of working in the store. Ik heb hem ook gekocht. Nice. Gewoon lekker aan het vakken vullen terwijl ik mijn muziek op heb. Nice. Ja, dat doe ik ook bij real day live. Ik bedoel, we hebben gewoon lekker radio op staan en ik mag ook eigenlijk 1 oortje van muziek in doen. De winkelmethode zei, als je wil mag je ook je oortjes meenemen in de winkel. Als je gewoon 1 oortje in hebt en 1 oortje niet, dat je wel nog kunt horen, dan heb ik daar geen problemen mee. Dus ik zit daar ook gewoon lekker in die vakken zo bezig. Hoe chill is dat? Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given a critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. The man is the real culprit, but who is this man? Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No. I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. By the way, games. Ik ben heel goed bezig met de zombie game, hè. De zombie game gaat heel goed vooruit, hè. Ik ben echt... I'm going forward, hè. Ook al heb ik nog altijd niet de 5-star ding, maar het zal wel gedaan zijn. Welk level is mijn... I'm already at level 8. Level 8. Can you see that? Nope. I'm already at level 8. Oh, let's upgrade it. Help. Level 9 now! Okay, yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. I can see it over there. The mask hanging on the wall. That was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even had the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? Aha! A phantom of 7 years ago. It would seem that a new suspect had emerged, and it means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... Not so fast. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell? This is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person even existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream? in the little princess Cookie little head. She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I will never be able to repay you for all you have done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Maar Labby, ik ga slapen. Oké, slaap lekker, games. Ik ga de game even nog afmaken, want we zijn op het einde. I feel it, and I will finish this. I will finish this. Morgen weer volle dag met telefoontjes waarschijnlijk. Heb je telefoontjes? Veel telefoontjes morgen. Ja, ik heb morgen gelukkig mijn day off, dus ik kan lekker lang doorgamen. Dus lekker chill. Morgen is de free day. En morgen is ook een World of Warcraft update. Waar ik heel benieuwd naar ben. En morgenavond heb ik sowieso Baldur's Gate, die gameplay met de Vos. Weer aan het jobhunten. Yes, good luck with the job hunt, want het is echt moeilijk. Ik heb echt geluk gehad nu met mijn nu een job heb gevonden, want er zijn echt heel veel mensen die echt heel veel hebben met werk. Dus het is echt ongelooflijk. Maar good luck. I hope dat je ook zo'n hele fijne job vindt, wat ik nu ook zo heb. Dat zou echt heel fijn zijn. Kom heel zeg. Beetje ver denk ik, maar... Maar dat komt goed. Good luck en good night en sleep time. Hopelijk zie ik je de volgende keer weer terug. En misschien bij jou in de stream weer. Ik heb dan in ieder geval een kennismakingsgesprek bij een bedrijf. Oeh, good luck, good luck. Staat je beste beentje voor. Ik hoop echt dat je, het groot van me dat je een job kunt vinden. Slaap lekker. Slaap lekker. Wij gaan, dus dat jij slaapt, gaan wij de big culprit vangen. Hier, we gaan hier de moordenaar pakken en opsluiten. En we gaan hier alles recht trekken. En de dark days of the law kapot maken. We're gonna solve it all. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I would like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mattis. And then Mommy Mattis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Mattis was really the killer in disguise, right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do you have anything here in the evidence that can help me find the person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Let's see. Do I have anything? Not really, actually. Oh, wacht, dit hem. Nee. That can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Before 2 p.m. Who came before the timestamp? Before. Find this person who came to the lab before. I mean, the murder occurred between 1 and 3, so but it's not hard to see a person. Murder weapon in the case was found 7 years. It was launched into space, only returned to Earth a few days ago. Here's the diagram of the boarding launch at best section of the Space Center. Wasn't the hope capsule there? Oh no, it was still after there. So it's still there. The moonstone was gone. This one is hard. I don't know actually. That can help me find this person who came in the lab before 2 p.m. There's no timestamp over here. That's so stupid. I really need a timestamp. Oh god, I'm stuck at this one. Oh, that really sucks. That can help me find. Right, then it must have come the robotics lab before 2 p.m. I see where we're going with this. Tommy Mattis was really the killer in disguise. Right, then they must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. I don't have anything. I don't. This is just a plat. Seven years ago, it was launched into the space. This is not of use at the moment. This is just how the robots work. This is the cause of death. Can we see in the corridor if there's somebody before 2 p.m.?
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Okay. There, please stop it right there. Nice. It's just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He was wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on the display, that was Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife. Okay, what's this jacket then over there? The victim's body was found on the operating day in the kind of staff. This is not her jacket. This is somebody else's jacket. Whose jacket? You can see there's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure the knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said exactly proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for regular recharging. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to the point in time. How to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
Okay. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. But why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. That right there is precisely the problem. The IT tag on the jacket of the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belongs to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Ashworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did he get back to the lab? The killer brought it back. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only person who came to the robotics lab after the killing were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when do you propose the mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of the argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that spilled second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Order in the court. What is this meaning of? What's the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule to preparation for the Het 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in the bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I will see to that you get to the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that report. If this person felt the need to hide his face when the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually considering? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. it's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong. Nope. Not you either, Your Honor. Now, silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Mattis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anyone tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Mattis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I feel about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there's something I've wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have it in my possession. A lead on who Mattis' murderer is. You do? I don't know. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. Good morning, spookje. Hoe is ie? Ben je weer even uit je doodskistje gekropen? Hoe is ie? Hoe is die, spookje? Kom je meekijken naar het einde van de game? Of ja, de spannende momenten in deze game. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Head One rocket. Net wakker. Dan heb je toch wel lekker geslapen, precies. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him. His background, appearance, we came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting. What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for a proper voice analyst. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have its true identity discovered. In addition, the Head One, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. Couldn't find him, but where could he have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle that into prison? Oh, I have my ways. That's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of things. Really? The Eagle. I work to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results of the sites drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself, but take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I will better hold into this real tight. Okay. The subject's emotional rarity fluctuated, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Okay. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, no sadness, no anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the what that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I would like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want a follow protocol. If I may, I would like to hand down my verdict and bring these proceedings to an end. Oké, dus we gaan wel de stream zo dadelijk eindigen. Bij de save point ga ik ook waarschijnlijk stoppen. Het is ook 1 uur 's nachts. Ik had gehoopt dat we de einde al dichterbij gingen raken. Blijkbaar is er nog een onderzoeksmogelijkheid erbij. En nog een trial, dus dat gaat wel even duren. Whatever, do what you want. You will hear no objections from me. Yes, please, your honor. It's over. It's finally over. Hoezo eindigen? Ik ben er net. Ja, maar ik ben moe. Jij bent misschien net uit je doodskist gekropen, maar ik ga mijn doodskist in, jong. Very well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? Thank you. Thank you for everything. Jij bent niet eens een doodskist. Wacht, ik ben wel dood. First, Pokje is nog altijd de first. Kijk. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh, wacht, wat? Plot twist, it's justice? You. Is it justice? It's justice! En hierbij gaan we bij deze dingen... Bij deze spannende turnabout gaan we gewoon saven. Yes, ik heb het opnieuw gedaan. Ik ben de goedste. Yes. Altijd double save, triple save. I don't know how many save. Are you kidding me? Goed, pak nog een candy voor jou. Zo, een Mars. Nee, ik wil een Snickers. Ik wil een Snickers. I love candy. De candies zijn bijna op. Zo, candy in jouw naam, spookje. Zo, bij deze spannende turndingen ga ik nu de stream stoppen. Dus kijken wie gaan we reden. Wie gaan we reden? Eens kijken. Ik heb een Collage, Annika de Jambrit, Fnatic, Prototype, Noxie. Een van hun. Ik ben aan het twijfelen tussen Noxie of Fnatic. Maar Noxie heeft maar 4 kijkers en Fnatic heeft 17 kijkers. Dus ik ben meer geneigd om jullie naar Noxie te gooien. Noxie is weer Supermarkt Simulator gaan doen. Maar jullie zien gewoon alles mee. Ja, hier is Noxie. Dus ik ga jullie gewoon naar Noxie gooien. Ik vind het makkelijk om dingen te regelen op het scherm. Ik vergeet altijd dat het de schermdeling is. Dus ik ga jullie gewoon naar Noxie gooien. Yes, we gaan dat gewoon doen. Kanaalreden. Nox, Bunny of Doom. Ik ga wel, aangezien we echt wel diep op het einde van ons game zijn, ga ik denk morgen toch beginnen met deze game eerst. Deze game gaan we afmaken. Dan ga ik World of Warcraft doen. Er is een speciaal piraten-event bezig. En vandaag in de avond ga ik sowieso Baldur's Gate bij de Vos zitten. Dus Of er een stream gaat zijn, weet ik niet. Maar ik ga sowieso bij de Vos zitten. Dus dan kun je bij de Vos de stream komen. Maar ik ga lekker mijn doodskist in kruipen spoken. Ik voel mij dood. Ik ben moe. Ik heb heel de dag gewerkt. Dus night, sleep tight. Hoop me veel plezier bij Noxy. When you've do. Night, guys.